I need to do a mic because it is live stream. Yes. Lesson number one is this guy. Oh, that guy is definitely, that is a hot mic right there. Okay. Hi, everyone, and welcome to our online friends. Very exciting to have a live streamed session. My name is Jennifer Husbands. I am a senior program officer at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and have some amazing colleagues and friends here with me that you will soon hear from. But I wanted to share that the Gates Foundation is so thrilled to have had the opportunity to partner with Learning Forward to sponsor the April 2023 issue of the Learning Professional. Everyone who's here in person received a copy in your bags at registration, but we're also happy to share that everyone also has access to the online version, which has some additional articles that are not found in the print, some online exclusives, and to our friends who are on the live stream, that is accessible to you. I believe it's linked in the app. And because we sponsored the issue, it is no paywalls, so you can feel free to read and share with your colleagues anything that would be helpful to your work. So we're thrilled to have had that opportunity. So now I'm going to actually bring up my new friend from Learning Forward, Suzanne Buffard. She's going to share a little bit about the organization and their flagship publication, The Learning Professional. Suzanne?
Thank you, Jen, and thank you all for joining us this morning. My name is Suzanne Buffard. I am from Learning Forward. We are the only professional association that is exclusively dedicated to ensuring that all educators have access to equitable and high-quality professional learning. Our work is grounded in the Standards for Professional Learning, which are a set of 11 standards that outline what it takes to do continuous improvement, highly effective professional learning. You can find those on our website, and they drive everything that we do, including facilitating networks, offering professional services, and also our publications, where we share stories of high-quality professional learning and the nuts and bolts of what it takes to achieve it. So we've been really thrilled to partner with the Gates Foundation and lift up the stories of the NSIs, including these wonderful authors who've joined us today and many others. So we hope that you have had a chance to flip through the magazine, or that you will do so after the session. And I'm also happy to answer any questions about Learning Forward and about the Learning Professional. We are always looking to share stories and insights, and we're thrilled to be able to bring together the continuous improvement world and the professional learning world.
Thank you, Suzanne. It's nice to see you in person. We've communicated a lot over Zoom and email, but this is, it was good to meet. We were also extremely fortunate to have Lynn Olson, former managing editor of Ed Week and also a former deputy director at the Gates Foundation, serve as the guest editor for this issue. So I'm going to ask Lynn to come up and share a little bit about the process leading up to the special issue.
Good morning. So the idea for this issue was to really elevate themes and lessons learned from the Networks for School Improvement, and we wanted the ideas to really come from the people who are doing the work. So we initially did an online meeting with Gates grantees to really surface the stories and the lessons learned that they want to tell, and potential authors then submitted story ideas. We worked on the story flow and outline in a couple of drafts before they submitted final drafts to Learning Forward. And I think as a result, you'll see some great concrete examples of the work in the journal. We want to start, I think, by, Jen, did you want to just describe the session a little bit, how it's going to work? And then,
So, okay, let's see. So now that you know a little bit more about how the issue came to be, and this slide shares some of the themes that are captured through the article or through the issue, these are the amazing authors that you will be able to hear from today. They will have an opportunity to introduce themselves and say a little bit about their pieces, but we just wanted to share with you, just to give you a sense of who's in the room, what organizations they represent, and what their articles focused on. So you're going to want to think a little bit as you listen to them. is there a particular article or org that you want to learn more about? Because after a brief panel discussion, we will go into small groups, and you'll have an opportunity to go a bit deeper with the author or authors of your choice.
And for those of you who are virtual, Suzanne is going to run a virtual table. So feel free to pose your questions to her. And as you have questions now, she'll also pass them on to panelists so that they can answer them at the table. So we want to start by quickly just going down the row and give you a sense of the context of each of these NSIs and just a sentence or two about the article itself. So Uchenna, do you want to start?
Sure. My name is oh, thank you. Is this one hot too? Okay, I think we are. My name is Uchenna Lewis. I'm the supervising improvement partner for a network in the east side of San Jose. We serve 9 schools across 4 elementary school districts in California, and I work with partners in school innovation. I'm excited because we recently just came out with this Change Agents book, so we're excited about that and celebrating that. The article that we wrote really connects to the work in our working theory of improvement for the network. We have 4 main change ideals that we focus on, but the one that we wrote about and presented about here at the conference was student voice. So it's all about, like, what are some ways you can leverage student voice to improve results at schools and across your network. We focused on panels, surveys, empathy interviews, and more recently we've started doing multilingual learner shadowing. So that's not in the article, but if you come to the table and talk to me, I'll tell you a little bit about that too. Bonus stuff already.
Good morning. I didn't know we were doing table plugs this early in the morning, so I didn't plan that in my notes. I'm going to have to work on it. So my name's Matt Swenson. I work for New Tech Network. I'm the Senior Director of College Access and Network. And I run an NSI, a Network for School Improvement, the NTN College Access Network. And so we support 49 schools across 15 districts in 3 states in well-matched post-secondary enrollment. We're thinking about how we ensure students have choices, that they go to places where they're likely to finish, and that they actually do persist and attain. And so that's the focus of our organization and this specific work. We wrote an article, and I want to give a shout out to my co-authors, Ann Helfman, Alex Horton, and Dr. Liz Bergeron, who are not able to be on this panel, but definitely were major contributors to our work. But we wrote an article about something called a live PDSA. So many of us know personal improvement projects, simulations, and what we were noticing were that a lot of our school teams that we're supporting were testing really big ideas, or they were implementing school-wide straight out of the gate. And we noticed that we weren't immune to the staff turnover that folks were seeing. So we were seeing teams that were completely new, school leaders that were new, district leaders that were new. And we do site visits a couple times a year with our school teams, and really wanted to think about a way that we could build a 2.5 hour experience where folks could experience a PDSA with students the full cycle. So plan something, do something, study what happened, and then act upon it, all within 2 hours in the support of a coach. And so we hope that's a practical way for folks to think about learning about the PDSA cycle. And excited to talk more about it at my table.
Definitely did not get the plug memo. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nikki Junta from New Visions for Public Schools. New Visions is a nonprofit organization in New York City. More broadly, we support we partner closely with the district to support 71 district schools. We're a charter management organization of 9. Some of our work is we have curricular work, open source curriculum that's available to anyone nationwide. We're doing a bunch of career academies to support students for post-secondary preparation. But in relation to this work in this article, we have a network around college readiness. And as we started the work, we realized that actually to prepare students for college, it starts in 9th grade. And GPA is the single most predictive indicator of not only enrollment, but persistence. And so we actually started as a college readiness network and shifted more to a 9th grade on track network, focusing on 80+ GPA. And the article really talks about a data tool that we created called the Portal to really support schools in establishing routines and using data to make sure that kids aren't falling through the cracks and that kids are intervened with early. So if you want to learn more about data and developing tools, come to my table.
I'm Maddie Lau, and I'm the Associate Director of NSI Learning Strategies at Bank Street. This is not a competition. All the tables are lovely and wonderful and exciting. And just really quickly, our article's about equity, so we want to think about equity of voice here. That's why all tables are welcome. But before I dive into the article, I want to pass off to one of my co-authors, Tarima.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Tarima Levine. I'm the Senior Director of Content and Strategic Design at the Bank Street Education Center. I appreciate the generosity of the Gates Foundation and Learning Forward to have all of our voices and our work shown, so thank you so much. Bank Street is in New York City alongside New Visions, and it was founded in 1916. And they've been doing the work for a very long time. We have programs for children from infancy through high school and also award master's degrees for teachers and leaders. And so the Ed Center is sort of the outward-facing division of Bank Street, and we partner with school systems to disrupt equity and design more inclusive and evidence-based practices for our most marginalized communities. Part of our work is working as a hub. We have 2 networks for school improvement. One in Yonkers Public Schools, which is about 30 minutes north of New York City, and we also partner with New York City Public Schools in Brooklyn. And both of these networks are working on the social injustice that students in high school are disproportionately unprepared for math. And so in order to address this, we're working with middle school teachers and leaders to increase the percentage of kids being prepared for high school math by the end of 8th grade. Part of our work is supporting them through the continuous improvement process through structures like network meetings and coaching and school leader meetings and district strategy meetings. And in Brooklyn, we have teacher leaders. And what really grounds our work is Bank Street's commitment to equity and a set of core beliefs that we hold ourselves true as an internal organization, as well as ensure that we are infusing an equity-mindedness in our resources and tools and processes. And so, as Maddie will share later, our article really is about what does equity look like in practice, not only in our engagement with the community, but in our own internal processes and norming.
So, Uchenna, I'm going to start with you. You know, students have lots of views about their schooling experiences, but they're not always prioritized when it comes to improvement efforts. What were the things you initially did to help educators listen to students' voice?
Yes, they are naturally filled with views and opinions because they're human beings. We forget that sometimes. I think for us, when we started the network, this is year 3 of our network, I'll mention, and I think it's also worth noting that we have 4 years and we're in year 3. And for the first 2 years of our network, we were focused on improving middle school mathematics, and now we've shifted to what we call a transformation network, which is whole school transformation, but really focused on supporting the creation of equity-focused ROCAs, results-oriented change agents. But I will say, when we started the network, we started having our network participants start in an imaginal space. And so some of the first networks we did were focused on supporting them to kind of create a graduate profile, like if someone were to leave your school, what academic, interpersonal skills would you want them to have? What beliefs and mindsets would you want them to have? And then we really rooted everybody in one of the core tools of the partners approach, which is the CAF. It's the change agent framework. We have two really important frameworks in our org. One is our STR, the other is our CAF. The CAF is really about leadership development, and so one of the line items we really focused network participants on was belief in students. And supporting them to look at students through an assets-based lens. And then, you know, for the first 2 years, we're a math-focused network, so the main way I think we centered student voice was through looking at student work and supporting math teachers to implement rigorous tasks with their students and, you know, look at that product that they produce and think about how to improve it and how to support their students. Also, like, when we started our network, that's when COVID started. And so the first year, you know, some of the teachers felt really disconnected from students because students were on video. Like, some of our teachers told us, we've never even met. Like, if I were to run into a student in the grocery store, I wouldn't even know who they were. So we did a student panel for our teachers, which, and we asked students to speak and turn on their cameras. And that was like an intentional ask because we wanted teachers to actually see their faces and hear their stories. And that was our highest rated network, was when we really centered students. And so that was a big lesson for us. And so in year 2, we created a working theory of improvement. And one of our main change ideals was student voice, so we codified some of that work to push it out and help spread it. And then our second year, 100% of our schools implemented student voice change ideals of some kind, whether they be surveys or empathy interviews or panels or shadowing. And now we're continuing to deepen that work with doing the multilingual learner shadowing with Dr. Ivania Soto.
And Matt, you know, school improvement sort of practices and protocols can be a little intimidating initially.
Yes.
And so, Matt, could you talk about just like, why live PDSA cycles? What was the problem you saw that you were trying to solve, and how did it address it?
So, as you noted, we're all humans, and we all know how much we love just being talked to and told about a process, right? It's our favorite thing. Everybody loves it. Whenever someone sees 175 slides in a deck and someone hits this, we think we get really jazzed and like get some shivers, right? No, that's not true. And so that's why we have things like personal improvement projects and simulations, so folks can live the experience, and so they can practice the skill, right? It's a little like going to the gym, right? The more times you go and the more reps you do, the more comfortable you become. And it doesn't become about the tools, but the mindsets and ways of being that allows us to do this work of improvement, and it's especially equity-centered improvement. And so we were noticing, as I noted in my introduction, that we were having a lot of new team members and that folks were kind of still wrapping their head around the PDSA process. And we do think there's real power in the PDSA from an equity lens. And that's when we make a prediction and decide on some learning questions and document that as a group, we are making our thinking visible. And then when something different happens, or even if something similar happens, we are challenging our mental model. We are attacking the hindsight bias and the implicit bias that may exist in our team and in ourselves. And so we think it matters, right? Like, we are doubling down on teams getting their thinking visible while they're testing things. And so there's actually some amazing NTN coaches in the room, and I'm going to look at them, but you don't know who I'm looking at, but who actually ran this, right? And so we did it with 32 schools. It was designed, a very collaborative design, but we designed this 2-hour experience. And I wish I could give them the microphone, but I got to observe some of them, and it was pretty amazing. So here's how it went. Teams would come into the site visit, and they already knew we need to have 5, 6 seniors that are going to show up in the middle part of the site visit. So from a logistics standpoint, that was part of the plan. The team then went and looked at, we were focused on post-secondary applications. We know what the literature says about students who apply to 3 or more, and how do we support students to think about a variety of options that might be a good match and fit for them. And so we actually brought a proposed, like, you could test this change idea, or you could choose your own adventure. And then with the coach's support, right, the teams would do a plan. They would make a prediction, they'd write some learning questions, and they would think about, you know, what are they going to do when the seniors are there in 45 minutes. And then the coach would give them some feedback. So like, have you thought about this? Have you considered this? How might we modify this a little bit? And then they actually did that thing. So 6 seniors came in, they sat down with each of those seniors, they tested either this protocol or one that they just built, and they spent some time with some students and thought about, or had that conversation and tested that idea. Then they went to lunch. We all need a break, right? So it was built into our site visit to break it up. And they came back and they had a conversation about what happened, right? They studied what actually occurred when they talked to those 5 or 6 seniors. What are they noticing in trends in those conversations? How does it relate to their prediction? Were they right or wrong about what they thought they were going to hear and what they actually heard? And then they thought about what they wanted to do next and act. And then they paused and reflected on the entire process. And one thing we wanted to do was better understand, does this actually help people feel more confident to do this in the future? And so we did a pre-assessment and a post-assessment. It's definitely not at a research level, but just asked them a couple questions prior and used the scale and then afterwards. And we saw some real increases in folks feeling more confident to make predictions, more confident to study what they had tried. And qualitatively, we heard things that we wanted to hear, like, oh, you can study in 10 minutes. You don't need to spend 2 hours. Oh, you can do a PDSA that's small. Oh, it really does matter that we kind of make this prediction. So we were excited about what we saw, and we think it's an interesting way to approach supporting teams and using a cycle of inquiry like the PDSA cycle.
So if you want to hear about bite-sized PDSA cycles and how to make this more doable, come to Matt's table. Nikki, schools are often awash in data, but there aren't routines for educators to sort of routinely use that data as part of their practice in ways that really change practice and processes. So I'd love you to talk a little bit about what the idea was behind a strategic data check-in. What does that look like? And then maybe a little bit about how the platform helps make that data visible.
Sure. Yeah, so similar to people not loving 175 slide decks, we quickly realized giving people access to a spreadsheet that's 275 columns does not really help them, nor do they appreciate it as much as we thought they would. And so we quickly realized that just having access to data is not enough. We wanted to create standardized routines that, quite frankly, don't typically exist in education outside of compliance things. And so we work closely with schools to understand what are some of the time-consuming, high-stakes tasks that you're having to do all the time, and how can we help with that? Your time should not be spent making spreadsheets, pulling data, all of those things. Your time should be spent making decisions about what you do with the data. And so that's kind of how our SDC started. So for those that may not have the context, strategic data check-ins are essentially routinized key planning tasks that happen at key points in the school year, so they're time-bound. And really it's about reviewing groups of students that need support, so whether it's they need planning around graduation plans, so New York City has some of the strictest graduation requirements, different diploma types. Each of those diploma types have different requirements, and each have different policies attached to it. So we were seeing guidance counselors with, I didn't even know they made binders that big, of printed transcripts on one side, policy guide on the other, a highlighter in their hand, and trying to go through transcripts to see what courses students needed. We're like, we can help with that. So we have the data. And so through conversations with schools, we develop them. And so there's graduation planning, there's course scheduling, so reviewing what courses the school has expected the student to have passed, what's on their transcript and what's on their current program, and it highlights where there's a potential scheduling gap for them. Similarly, in New York City, they're required to take at least 5 exams for graduation, so whether or not they're scheduled and prepared for those. Reviewing marking period grades to make sure that students who are showing signs of potentially failing a course needed for graduation are intervened with early, and then obviously attendance. And so we started those routines, and we knew they needed access to the data, which is how the platform came about. And really, similar to anything else, giving access to it doesn't mean behavioral change. And so we needed to be strategic about how we coached into it. And so initially, we actually paired members of our data team with our continuous improvement coaches, because we knew schools were going to question the first time having an electronic tool that's showing them data. We would often be told that transcript doesn't match what's in mine, and we're like, we're pulling from the same report, so let's sit down. Where do you take your paper transcript, we'll show you the transcript in our tool. But also having the data people there, we were incorporating state and city policies that were sometimes misunderstood by educators, rightfully so, because they're constantly changing. And so they would be questioning the data, and so having somebody from the data team that understand that nuance, who could respond quickly, allowed them to trust the tool more and more, which gave us more entry point into having those conversations and openness to those conversations. And pairing our coach with our data team also built the capacity of our coaches to be able to more independently have these conversations with schools. And then what you see is if you come back to the same routines at the same time every single year, it becomes embedded in the way that they work. And so after 2 or 3 years of potentially hand-holding in some of our schools, like, okay, it's the first week of the term, let's review your scheduling. Now our schools are on to other things. They don't even need our coaches' support. It's just become a way that they work, and it's embedded within the systems of their school. So if their programmer leaves, it's not going to fall apart.
Maddie and Tareema, I'd love you to talk about, people always talk about centering on equity, but it can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people. So how do you actually embed equity practices in the work? Could you be concrete about, like, what are a couple of things you do to actually make this actionable?
So that's a great question. Like, how do we do this? And that actually was a question that we started off from, and that sort of led us on this learning journey about, like, so what do we know equity is a core commitment to our institution. And so, like, what does it mean for us to maintain equity-mindedness? And it ended up last year helping us sort of crystallize. Like, we started noticing that essentially what we're trying to do is push forth a few thinking routines that helped us in terms of, like, internally at least. How do we design our tools? Because as we all know, like, equity isn't something you just sort of do, in 1 month. It's like Black History Month. We're done with equity now, right? It doesn't quite work that way. It needs both big and small practices. And so we're really intentionally trying to think about how do we design tools and processes that both, like, can give us big moments for us to pause and think about equity, but also it's part of the mundane, almost day-to-day activity of the PDSA work, the mundane parts of our network. And so, we do things like we're trying to look for opportunities when we design our network events and our workshops and our tools to think about how are we helping our network participants unpack their biases? How are we thinking about honoring the humanity of our students, looking for more complete and holistic stories about these students as whole human beings with complex lives that go beyond what happens in the math classroom, which is where our network is focused. And then, other sorts of pushes. And the idea is that what we're trying to do is think intentionally about, like, what kinds of coaching moves when we're trying to coach into a team to help them adopt a more strengths-based mindset. It's not just because being strengths-based is a good thing, but it is because it helps us understand, like, oh, this kid is more than just their deficits. There's, like, a whole other part of this kid. And so it's really trying to think intentionally about what are some of these moves we're trying to do so that way we can tighten our focus. And, you could aim for lots of things, but it's helpful when a team is, in a network and everybody's coordinated into sort of collective ways of thinking about, like, oh, what is it we're trying to do?
So, Tareema, can you give, like, just 1 or 2 examples of, like, what's a coaching question or a thinking routine you would use?
Sure. So in Maddie's example of honoring humanity, we make sure and telling holistic stories, we make sure that we're coupling strength-based viewpoints in all of our work. And so essentially, when we're addressing a problem where kids aren't getting a grade of C or above yet, inherently there's a instinct of deficit thinking, right? And so in all of our documentation, we make sure that we're coupling the empathy interviews, all of their strengths, alongside the grades, so that when they're analyzing the data, they see the child in their full humanity, not just their grade. Another example is looking at student work. All of our teacher teams look at student work, and we want to make sure that the student work is seen as a vehicle for communication, right? That the student is showing them not only their math proficiency, but their identity around math. Right. And so in that student work protocol, we infuse questions like, what are some biases you may have about interpreting this student work? What are you curious about the student and how they're either not completing the work, which is telling you a story, or giving you lots of information that may not be exactly on target, but is giving you a way in to continue to build relationships and support their development. And I think what's also really important is this is a parallel process for us, right? We're very aware of our power and privilege as an organization and working in vulnerable communities. And so while we're designing work, we make sure that we're working alongside our district partners and making sure that that work feels responsive and inclusive to the communities. And so part of our own thinking routine is, how is our power showing up in the engagements when we're in schools, when we're meeting with people, so that we're walking the walk and really committed to mirroring what it should feel like for children and families.
Uchenna, similarly, I'm curious, were there routines that you found really helped educators to be able to listen to student voice in a different way?
Yes. I think I think one of the things we try to do is make sure that the questions we're asking were tied to what the school was focused on, right? And so a lot of our work, like our panel, we had math teachers, right? So our questions were about, what are your dreams and hopes? And what are some things that make you feel more connected to mathematics and STEM? When have you felt success in mathematics and STEM? Those kinds of things. I think it was also eye-opening because there were times when we would ask questions and they would notice things that were not there, right? So one of the questions from our empathy interviews was, what makes you feel most excited about school and learning? And we noticed in those questions that almost none of the answers were about math. And even that, was a deep reflection point for some of our math educators. So it was how can we get them excited about doing math? How can we help them see the beauty of math? It was it was what's said and what's not said. So I think you have to look at both. Also, I think some of the things that we did to help them listen, we tried to make sure that the spaces for students were safe. Psychological safety, I think, is an important part of helping people to be honest and vulnerable. And so when we did our panel, they could have been speaking about the teacher that was in the Zoom room with them. So instead of putting them in the Zoom room with their own teacher, we switched it. We split our network in two, and we put the students with the teachers that they didn't teach, so they would just feel comfortable hey, this teacher doesn't know me, I could just speak my truth. And then we also did that with some of our empathy interviews. We would have a partners coach go in, ask questions, record, take notes, and document that in a Jamboard, but de-identified of what student said what, so that they could just reflect on the ideals that the students were giving instead of layering it in that student's identity. Well, that kid's sped, or that kid's this, and that's why, telling themselves the whys, right? And then, so I think, Anonymizing things helps, depersonalizing it helps them to listen. I would say making people feel safe and comfortable, making sure you document it well. And then I think the last thing I would say is like, you know, like you said earlier, like when you do something over and over again, it makes it, you know, easier to do. So I think with Student Voice, the same thing. We tried to tell them the more you do it, the more comfortable you get, the better you get at it. So just start, right? Like just start something. Even if it's small, just start and do it frequently as you can.
And Matt, have you found in sort of familiarizing people with a bite-sized PDSA that, like, are there the size of their hypotheses or the focus of their PDSAs, have they changed over time?
Yeah, that's a great question. I might do a follow-up to what I just heard and then answer that if that's okay. Yeah, sorry, I just had like a moment where we also do something called a student feedback panel. So, and some of our early site visits will go in. Again, it's anonymous, and we kind of lead this panel, usually of 10 or 5 juniors, 5 seniors, and then the team will look at that qualitative data. They don't know the answers, and there's something so powerful about that. It's not about, oh, that's why that kid's saying it. It's like, no, this voice matters. This input matters. For these questions, often for us around kind of post-secondary and dreams and aspirations and how the school is supporting them. And then they use a data for equity kind of qualitative protocol to go through that data. But I'll never forget a moment. I think it was pre-pandemic, and we were doing this, and we don't work for our district, so we're not on staff. So we always ask, like, can we have a staff member in the room? It can't be from the team, right, for the things we were just talking about. And I think he was, maybe he was running the library and so helping supporting the library, but this amazing professional was in the room, and I did the feedback panel. And at the end, he goes, I've never been a part of something like that. And I go, oh, really? And he goes, why don't we just ask kids what they think more often? And it was like, yeah, but for me it was like but it was just so interesting to see this person. He's like, I've been in education for 20 years, and like, why don't we just ask them? They were so insightful and amazing. Yeah, so I feel like that's kind of connected. I don't know. I think we are starting to see, and it may be because of the live PDSA or otherwise, yes, some of the change ideas and how they're thinking about PDSA ramping is happening. But as we've said on this panel, like the more people are kind of trying things and learning about them, and that learning by doing is so powerful. Like, let's just lean in and try some things. I think we are seeing teams that are like asking some really amazing questions and asking their students and families and communities what they want to see and how they want to be supported. So.
Okay, so now you have a sense of the wonderful ideas and practices that these wonderful colleagues of mine shared in their pieces. So what we're going to do is so there's 2 things happening. One, for our virtual participants, Suzanne from Learning Forward is going to host an online breakout, kind of round table. She kind of has the big picture because she and Lynn worked with all the authors. So, whatever questions she can't answer, we can field with the authors specifically. So you will switch, I think, to a different Zoom room for that, and Anna will help you. For folks who are in the room, I will now ask the authors to kind of disperse themselves to tables throughout the room. So we'll do that part first so you can see who lands where, and then we'll ask all of you in the room to gravitate toward the author or authors that you want to dig a little deeper with. So, yeah, I just... Go to where it's warm, people. So I see Matt is making his way over there. Uchenna is, where are you going? Here? There? With your people? Okay, Uchenna is there. Nikki is going to the center. And my Bank Street peeps, where do you guys want to go? This table in the front here, maybe? Yeah. Okay, so hopefully, and if the authors can stay standing, maybe that might be helpful so people know where to find you. And then folks, attendees, feel free to make your way to the author or authors that you want to chat with. Okay, hopefully Suzanne is good. And I presume we'll say goodbye to our online participants if we haven't already. If anyone is lost or confused, just let me know, I'll help you. So you'll have about 25 minutes, almost 30 minutes in your table group. So, relax, lean in, have a great conversation, and we'll bring you back to close at about 9:40, okay? amazingly useful. I'm not using the mic. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Okay. So thank you to our authors. Thank you to Lynn Olson. Thank you to Suzanne Buffard, who is facilitating the online chat. I just popped in there, and they were having a great conversation. And so in your app, if you go to this session, you will see where the session survey is. We would really appreciate your feedback. I think the Carnegie team is using the feedback, but us specifically, we're going to do a similar session to this at the Learning Forward National Conference, which is in December, Washington, D.C. It has an amazing lineup, including Brandy Hinnant Crawford, who is such a superstar in this community. She's one of the, I think she's a closing keynote. So shout out for that conference. But we will take this feedback and then use it to improve how we, kind of re-up this panel in December. So please take the survey. Thank you so much for being here. Feel free to take a couple minutes to wrap up your conversations, and I hope you have a great rest of your last day of Summit. Thanks, everybody.
working alongside Fortune and the other men, right? Because they've been to Bay Street professional development. It's really just about what do the children need? What do you need as a teacher to get them to where they need to go? So there's a lot of opportunity, again, working alongside them to make adjustments to a task, to make adjustments to the curriculum, to make adjustments to the pacing. What I do love about working alongside the teachers is that they will come to me and just have real honest conversations. Listen, this is not working, right? Okay, tell me why it's not working. Tell me what the action plan is. That's what I love about my math team here, especially the TCIL. That they just have so much opportunity to have their voice and so much opportunity for growth and time to reflect.
So it really all goes back to the mission and vision of the school. And for us, it is
what I do love about working alongside the teachers is that they will come to me and just have real honest conversations. Listen, this is not working, right? Okay, tell me why it's not working. Tell me what the action plan is. That's what I love about my math team here, especially the TCIL, that they just have so much opportunity to have their voice and so much opportunity for growth and time to reflect.
so it really
Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. Welcome, welcome to Centering Teacher Leaders for Equitable Network Sustainability. I just wanted to say we are so happy to be in community with you all today. We are representing Bank Street Education Center, which is a division of Bank Street College of Education, and we're located in New York City. And we are so excited to have partnered up with two districts in New York City public schools, District 17 and 18 in Brooklyn, who's Brooklyn in the house? Yes, let's hear some representation. And we fondly call it Brooklyn South. And we have some folks here today. And my name is Jingjing Hu, and I am the math and continuous improvement coach for Brooklyn South. And it is with great honor that I am going to be introducing some of our folks here. Actually, no, they're going to introduce themselves. So let's start.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tarima Levine. I work at Bank Street. I am the Senior Director of Content and Strategic Design.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Davida Daniel, and I am the Deputy Superintendent for District 18, New York City Public Schools.
Hi, everybody. I'm Christina Griffith. I am a TCIL leader in my school in Brooklyn.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sheena Frey. I am a math teacher, coach, and TCIL at John Wilson Intermediate School in Canarsie, Brooklyn.
Thank you. A huge shout out to Maddie Lau here. Maddie wave, as Associate Director of NSI Learning and Strategic and she is going to help with the remote experience today. So thank you, Maddie. And then two more shout outs. We have two principals that couldn't be with us today. We are actually in New York City, in the middle of New York State testing, and so they had to be with their schools. But I just wanted to shout out Dr. Dates, principal of MS61, who you will see a video of talking about teacher leaders, and also Angela D. Philippus from Brooklyn Science and Engineering Academy, representing District 18. Before we get started, I'd love to start with a community builder. So I'd love for you to turn to someone next to you, preferably someone you don't know, and state your name, your role and organization, and answer the following question, which is, how does your school, district, or organization support teacher leaders? Just take a moment, and if you are remote, please share it in the chat. All right, thank you everyone for sharing. Is there anyone that would like to share how they support their school, their teacher leaders? Anyone? Yeah, okay.
Hey, I'm Allison from the School District of Philadelphia, and we have teacher leaders go visit each other's schools and groups and watch each other coach and visit classrooms and do role plays. We call that coaching rounds, but it's something new we started this year.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Actually, we have someone here that kept it really real.
We go to happy hour.
That's important. That's important. Yeah. No matter where you are, we all value our teacher leaders, right? They might have unofficial roles, they might have official roles, they might have paid roles or unpaid roles, but we see merit in their leadership, and we really wanted to showcase how we leverage our TCILs in Brooklyn. So a quick agenda for today. We're going to give an overview of the Ed Center, the Bank Street Ed Center, and our Brooklyn South Network partnership. And then we're going to talk about how that really supports our Bank Street Throughline approach. And then the best part of this is our panel. So we're going to explore what teacher leadership looks like in our network, and then learn how school and district leaders set the conditions that empower teacher leaders as key stakeholders in the work. We'll also show a video of our principals sharing their input on how that happens in their schools, and then if time remains, we will do a Q&A panel. So yeah, I'm going to actually turn the mic over to Davida Daniels, who will now help us get a context for District 17 and 18.
Thank you, Jane. Okay, so first of all, shout out from everyone who said they were from Brooklyn. Can I see your hands again? Shout out, shout out, shout out. Brooklyn's always in the house. I love it. So my name again is Davida Daniel. I'm representing District 18 this morning. But we have two districts within our partnership, District 17 and District 18. Just to give context, we are neighboring districts. We are two districts relatively small in New York City Public School. There are 45 districts in total. And so if you look at the map, and I'm going to go back. If you look at the map, District 17 represents communities from Flatbush and Crown Heights, if you are familiar. And District 18 represents East Flatbush and Canarsie areas. And that is South Brooklyn. All right, before I get into District 17 and 18's acronyms, I just want to engage you in a call and response, because every time we have a district meeting, we do this. So when I say I have a shout out, you respond, shout out. Ready? All right, I have a shout out. All right, so I want to shout out my amazing superintendent, Celeste Terry, who couldn't be here, but I also want to shout out District 17 Superintendent Janine Lindsay and Deputy Superintendent Dr. Georgette Branch, who couldn't be here, but they send their love. So I'm representing both of us today. So District 17 has an acronym called RISE, and that stands for Rigor, Intellectual Engagement, Success in College and Careers, Excellence in Teaching and Learning. And they rise to be educational explorers and innovators, be leaders in life, meet the needs of their families, ensure that every child has an opportunity for success, and be prepared, well prepared for our collective future. Representing District 17, 37, that's a typo a little bit, 37 schools in New York City, 37 schools within New York City public schools, serving K through 8. 78% of District 17 is economically disadvantaged. 67 are Black and African American. 20% of the district is students with IEP, students that have IEPs, and then 12% are multilingual learners. In 2021-22, District 17 students' achievement scores were 30% proficient in math and 45% proficient in ELA. Similarly, District 18, we want all our leaders to be great, so we want them to be genius in their leadership, resilient in the face of adversity, excellent every day in every way. an advocate for all stakeholders, and thoughtful about the decisions made based on community needs. We strive to maximize students' potential, innate talents, and personal growth to give rise to success in school, work, and beyond. We ensure that each student has access to relevant, rigorous, and respectful educational experiences in every classroom and in all schools. Hashtag Excellence in 18. We represent 20, soon to be 21 schools. 78% are economically disadvantaged. We have an 83% Black and African American population, 22% students with IEPs, 8% multilingual learners. And in 2021-22, our district achievement score is 31 proficiency in math and 49 proficiency score in ELA. And I think I'm handing it over, that's 17 and 18, I'm handing it back over to Tarima.
Thank you, Davida. So now that you all have a flavor of Brooklyn South, we wanted to give you a little bit of context about the Bank Street Education Center. And as you can see, the Education Center partners with school systems like Brooklyn South to disrupt inequitable outcomes for kids. And we do this at all layers of the system. So the Brooklyn South Network for School Improvement is a partnership between Bank Street and District 17 and 18 in New York City Public School. And our network is comprised currently of 11 middle schools, serving grades 6 to 8. Next year, we're expanding and adding 10 more schools to our network. And this network is committed to increasing the percentage of Black, Latinx, and students experiencing poverty to be on track for success in high school by the end of 8th grade in mathematics. And so while our aim and our goal changes year by year, currently we are focused on increasing the number of our students who experience differentiated grade level content. And in order to address this injustice, this social injustice, we use a through-line approach to ensure that we're thinking about the full system, every layer of the system. And so let's take a quick look at each layer. First, we work at the school team layer. And so teacher teams, including teacher leaders, come together with their school leaders and engage in continuous improvement methodologies to examine root causes of inequitable math outcomes, create theories of improvement, and test instructional changes using inquiry cycles. At the school level strand, school leaders create the conditions for that work to happen. And so the conditions include mindsets, dispositions, alignment of systems and structures. And school leaders also come together 3 times during the year to share successes and challenges and act as a mini network to support the teacher team's learning in order to improve student outcomes. And finally, at the district leader strand, district leaders also create the conditions for continuous improvement to thrive. They attend network meetings, and we meet with them regularly to co-shape the work and offer input and as needed for redirection to make sure that the work is responsive to the communities. And so next, I will quickly share an overview of what teacher leader look like in this work. So the purpose of the teacher leader really is to build school independence. They provide school embedded support by facilitating the work of the school-based CI team so that eventually they can conduct PDSA cycles without the support of a Bank Street coach. The purpose also is to strengthen cross-network learning and conditions. So TCILs provide really important insight about the implementation of the network change ideas, as well as shares with the Bank Street team the supports that their team needs in order for these change ideas to thrive in the district. And finally, the purpose really is to advocate for individual needs. So their TCILs are uniquely positioned to act as critical thought partners for us as network managers in trying to understand and respond to team learning, and it really helps inform and shape the work. So some of the responsibilities of a TCIL is facilitating vertical team meetings using protocols, supporting implementation and documentation of the continuous improvement work. And so they use resources that we co-construct to support teams to capture the team analysis and decisions on what to do next. They participate in all network activities. TCILs often lead breakout discussions during Zoom meetings, as well as meetings during school-based coaching. And finally, they participate in their own TCIL meetings. We have hour-long meetings where they preview content and provide insight and feedback on the work. And to honor the time, we're able to give a stipend for their efforts. So as you can see, the TCILs have a critical role for sustaining and owning the network's effort. So now, without further ado, we'd like to hear from the panelists in the room. And this is how we envision the panel will run. So I'm going to ask the panelists a few questions about leadership qualities, successes, challenges, and recommendations. Then we'll watch the video, as Jing mentioned, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. So the first question is about leadership qualities, and I'd like Ms. Frey and then Ms. Griffith to please respond. What do you think makes for an effective TCIL?
So again, good morning, everyone. My name is Sheena Frey again, and I'm glad to be here and share my thoughts with you all. So to answer your question, Tarima, an effective TCIL keeps everyone on the team grounded in the bigger picture, which is making sure that our students experience success inside of our math classrooms. It's important for a TCIL to be able to recognize common teacher struggles and empathize. Prior to accepting any leadership role, I was just a special education math teacher that had several responsibilities outside of just teaching, so I understand the struggle. TCIL should also remain flexible in the way that they engage their teachers with the work, because it's something new and it's not easy when you first see it. Teachers have different needs, just like our students, so it's important to keep that in mind. I personally do my best to be supportive, remain consistent. I think it's important to follow up and follow through. It allows my team to trust me, to advocate for them when they need me to. And I just think all the teachers in the room and leaders in the room know that you want a leader that's flexible, reliable, empathetic, and ultimately just realistic.
Hi, everyone. So Sheena actually said most of what I would have said. She had my thoughts, but I think one of the greatest things that a TCIL can do in being effective is helping to steer that ship. The ship of ensuring that teachers are on board, and especially when it comes to the PDSA cycles, that they are actually implementing and doing what they need to do. I think that we also need to help to build and sustain that growth that we're looking for. So we support our teachers in their roles to make sure that that's happening. We want to listen to their voices, because most of us, if we're teachers here, or any teacher that's here, understand that our voices need to be heard, and sometimes we feel like everything is passed down to us. So we help those teachers to feel comfortable, and we empathize, as Sheena said, with them, because we're also there and we're in the field. We serve as liaison between the Bank Street team, the network, between the district and our principals or our administration for our teachers. One thing that really I feel personally as a TCIL is that I should model what I expect to see in meetings. We all know we go to meetings and sometimes it's like we're not engaged, we're disengaged. As a TCIL, I think it's my role to model what the expectations are for my teachers if we are to be effective in producing this work. And the last thing I want to say on that is being sensitive to the room temperature. So being sensitive to when my teachers are engaged in carrying through with the PDSAs and when they're losing focus. So I think that's very important.
Thank you so much. Ms. Daniel, do you have anything additionally to add about teacher leadership qualities that you think are important to embody in order to support their school teams?
I think, is this on? Oh, okay. I think you can hear it in both Ms. Frey and Dr. Griffith, but I think passion, right? You want to have a teacher leader who's passionate about the work that they do. I think you want to find a person, or you want to be a person who has social capital, right, within your school community. I think Dr. Griffith mentioned it. You are serving as a liaison between the district and your principal, so it's important to have people's ear in a positive way. And I think someone who owns content in whatever way, so inclusive of that passion, you should be a specialist in something, right, whether it be math, literacy, people, but I think a content specialist, okay? Someone who can build relationships positively.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's move on to some successes. And then we'll go in the opposite order, Dr. Griffith and then Ms. Frey. From your standpoint, what are some of the successes you see in your work as a TCIL?
One of the biggest successes is seeing teachers collaborate with each other with one goal in mind, and that goal is for student achievement. Another success is helping to empower our teachers so that they hone in on those best practices and not just, well, I'm going to implement and okay, I implemented, but making it a part of their daily routine, their daily teaching routine or instructional routine. Observing teachers' willingness to learn from each other and being very candid about their failures and willing to learn to try new strategies. Developing and establishing learning routines, I think, is one of our successes. So we not just implement, but now we have owned it and we are making the best use of it in our daily practices. Hosting frequent meetings is very important in the success of this work. And especially when our coaches come around during our meetings, we look forward to seeing you. So make sure that you're there to support us because we also need that support. And last not least, reflecting on what we're doing, seeing what works and what does not work, and making changes as we go along, modifying as we go along. That has been a success, and making sure that we use the data that we collect to meaningful make instruction a learning experience for our students.
Thank you. I completely agree. I have two things that I feel were a huge success for my school. Although the role is like new in our district, and not something we've seen before, it's highly aligned to the instructional priorities we already have in place. So we both feel like we need to increase the number of students who are Black and Latinx and or experiencing poverty, who have experienced differentiated grade level tasks. So since we've started this work in my school, we've seen a significant increase in our focused students' ability to just be comfortable with engaging with rigorous math tasks, not necessarily mastering them and getting the right answer, but just being more comfortable, especially with math tasks that are rigorous, but also are tailored to their needs. We have all seen students struggle with making sense of problems or dealing with like perseverance, but through this work, we're continuously making small changes and small targeted changes that benefit all of the students. Also from the teacher side, as a teacher and coach, we often find ourselves always advancing instructional agendas, but this work feels different. It doesn't feel that way. It's helped my team, like Ms. Griffith has said, to normalize looking at each other's practices and building a culture of continuously improving together. And we have learned to just be open and honest about our practice and allow each other to be genuinely vulnerable in front of each other.
Thank you so much. Let's move to Jing and Ms. Daniels. Can you also share what's been helpful for supporting TCILs?
Yeah, so one of the things that we noticed in terms of coming together in meetings is that it's a really great opportunity for teachers to vertically align and think about their pedagogy and the trends that happen between grades 5 through 6 through 7 through 8 and 9, and being able to look at the student data. And I think TCILs really support in steering the ship, as you said, Dr. Griffith. And really, I love that you mentioned vulnerability. I think when supporting TCILs, we want to exemplify how we want how coaches and teacher leaders share their vulnerability. Like, we're not the sole facilitators and knowledge of all math, but be able to share that with students and say, listen, I might know one way, but you can show me another way, and that's okay, right? And so being able to have that environment, that collaborative environment, and supporting not only teacher leaders, but also the teachers within the team to have that mindset is so real and so important in this work. So I think Dr. Griffith and Sheena have both really exemplified that.
I say ditto to everything everyone said up here. I would just add that I, as a district administrator, get to personally connect with a lot of teacher leaders across the district that I may not have had the opportunity to connect with with this partnership. So I'm grateful for that.
Thank you. Now to the inevitable challenge. We love good challenges. Ms. Frey and then Dr. Griffith. What are some of the challenges you have found that can get in the way of TCILs functioning as partners and leading their teams and or leading the work in the network?
So thankfully at my school, it is a fairly small team. But one of the challenges that I have is that I hold a lot of other positions in my school. And sometimes it can be difficult to manage all of the conflicting priorities and choosing which one to do when. And while I really work hard to ensure coherence and that everything is all, bop, 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 it doesn't work out that way. Things come up in a school day, kids get sick, I'm dealing with a lot of things. And it can be a struggle because I want my teachers to experience this work in a positive way and not make it feel like a huge lift. So if it feels like a huge lift for me, I can't set that example like Dr. Griffith said. But there are a lot of structures put in place that allow me to organize myself in a way that I'm able to combat this challenge the best way I can.
Challenge. Time. Time is never sufficient. So one of the challenges that I faced, just like Sheena said, wearing so many hats and finding the time to do it and determining which tasks must take precedence. Sometimes we also face a challenge of unforeseen delays where we've planned to implement and then something else pops up that administration may want to be done at this time, so you have to make some adjustments in your instruction. And that for my team sometimes is very kind of daunting. So that's a challenge that I face because I have to face the fire when the team is like, what's going on? The unavailability sometimes also of our teachers, depending on the time that we want to meet, it might not be an available time for the team member. So that's a big challenge. The inability to start holding because the Bank Street Ed Center has a mission where they want to make sure that they're working closely with teachers, students, families, policymakers, etc. And I don't think that my team has been able to actually have that opportunity to really impact parents or families in this work that we're doing. It's work in progress, so that has been a challenge for us. And determining whether to continue working on a cycle or to let it go and try something else.
Thank you for that vulnerability and sharing. Ms. Daniel, do you have anything else to add? Or Ms. Frey, did you want to add something? Oh.
I would just say I think everybody in this room has competing priorities that come from the central level or district level, and sometimes the challenge is wanting schools to continue the work that they're doing that's positive and marvelous, but then understanding that there are other priorities that have been tasked centrally. I think that's hard to navigate, but for district leaders, I think it's important to let the process run its course and try to be hands-off, and that is a real challenge when you have other people at the helm tasking you with other priorities. That's the biggest challenge.
Yeah. Thank you. And now for recommendations. If we can just go down the line and share what recommendations you have for other networks or school communities who are interested in setting up teacher leaders as partners in leading school teams and in leading continuous improvement work.
Yeah, I think it's really important to pick an individual that has strong influence over other teachers and are respected by their peers. And I think that one of the things I've noticed about this role also is the consistent protocols that we have outlined from the beginning of the year. So in the beginning of the year, we make sure that the TCILs are aware of what their roles are, and if capacity is able, to give them the stipend that they will need to do the work. And then I think having a coach coming in to support TCILs and also making sure that the PDSA cycle is this routine that eventually, you know, the goal is that the coach is no longer needed, right? And so being able to then kind of release the reins and let the teacher leaders do the work is the general ideal trajectory that we're going for.
For district leaders or school administrators, I would say be patient, trust the process, actively participate, like be a part of the learning, very important. It helps to build a partnership between our network team, which I love, but also the teacher leaders. And then for teacher leaders, my recommendation is brand the work. Invite your administrators in, invite your school principals in. Sometimes they don't know all the wonderful things that are happening. So invite them in to see the work that you and your teams are doing and brand it, right? And then it can be continuous, hopefully, in your districts.
All right. So if you're thinking of actually implementing this or making it a part of your district, I am saying plan strategically of how you want it phased in, and don't rush the process. Like Superintendent said, just trust the process. Involve your teacher leaders, involve your administration, and I think she said something that's very big, making sure that administration is on board and it's not just left to the teacher leaders to do all of the work, but they're a part of what's going on. Oh, one more thing, plan for release time. Because this, like I said before, it's a challenge, time is important, so plan for that release time.
I agree with what everyone has said on this panel. But two things that I'd really recommend is having clear supports like coaching and protected work time. I think our coaches do a great job at making sure that when they schedule time, they're there and we make full use of the entire time. Both of those things have made me feel more comfortable in this role. Also, in all honesty, being compensated for the work, if I'm keeping it real, being compensated for the time that goes into it is great. Not only financially, but both Bank Street and the district leaders have recognized the role as a leadership role, and they've made the role feel really special. And I said this in a prior planning meeting, and I hope to say it again here, that often as teacher leaders, we always find ourselves supporting everyone else and giving resources and helping everyone, and then we're left there to sit like, who's going to help me? Like, I'm not always okay. And so Bank Street does an amazing job at making sure that I feel seen, I feel heard, I feel appreciated. And so if you're thinking about bringing this work to your school, if you combine all of that with a teacher or teachers that have a strong desire to see Black, Latinx students, or whatever populations you're trying to target, if you want to see them experience success and you combine it with everything else, then you'll have like an unstoppable team that will be able to make drastic changes across your district and in students' lives.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We see some questions popping up with our remote attendees, so thank you so much for posting those questions. Before we open it up to Q&A, though, we do want to bring school leaders' voices into the room, into the space. And so we have a video. And in the spirit of continuous improvement, the sound system needs to be improved, we were told. But fortunately, we thought ahead. Jing was like, we should have closed caption, of course. So we apologize in advance for the sound, but there is closed caption so you can read what they're sharing. And so you will hear from Dr. Dades and Principal DeFilippis share information about what success looks like in their building, and these leaders represent different schools than our TCILs on the panel.
Just working alongside Mr. Fortunat and the other math teachers, right? Because they've been to the Bank Street professional development. It's really just about what do the children need? What do you need as a teacher to get them to where they need to go? So there's a lot of opportunity, again, working alongside them to make adjustments to a task, to make adjustments to the curriculum, to make adjustments to the pacing. What I do love about working alongside the teachers is that they will come to me and just have real honest conversations. Listen, this is not working, right? Okay, tell me why it's not working. Tell me what the action plan is. That's what I love about my math team here, especially the TCILs, that they just have so much opportunity to have their voice and so much opportunity for growth and time to reflect.
Sure. So it really all goes back to the mission and vision of the school. And for us, it is exposing students to STEAM experiences at the middle school level and making sure that kids have access to content that generally they wouldn't get until high school or beyond. And then from there, we kind of drill down using various data sets to figure out what is the instructional focus for our school for a particular year. And for us this year was really increasing the level of rigor in tasks that students are working on. And then all of our PD is built around that throughout the course of the year. And how do we do that in planning? How do we do that in terms of executing pedagogy? And our teacher leaders work together weekly. They're programmed weekly in an instructional cabinet where we break down a lot of these strategies. And then they turnkey that with our staff. So having time for teachers to meet, we build in 3 common planning periods into our program where teacher teams get to meet as a department, as a grade team, and as a data team. The teacher leaders, our TCIL, and the other teacher leaders in different content areas, they meet again as an instructional cabinet 1 period per week where we have all of our information, all of our documents in a school-wide website where we track the minutes and all of the data sets so everybody is able to see the work that's being done throughout the school. And with these systems and structures in place and clear understanding of what the expectations are through our team norms and protocols and the way in which we collect our minutes, it's very clear as to what the expectations are at each meeting. And so Michael really, you know, between his strong interpersonal skills, his understanding of mathematics, and his desire to really do the best for our students, he really, you know, fills in that vision, that idea. The systems and structures are in place. He makes it happen.
Well, this is a time for Q&A. We are so happy to have folks here and want to open the floor to our in-person participants first before we dive into the remote questions. Are there any questions, wonderings, affirmations? We love processing time. And while folks are processing, we will go to a question from a participant in San Mateo County. This person asks, how long did it take before the school was able to get to the point of sharing vulnerabilities and sharing a practice, in particular with teacher-to-teacher observation? So would someone like to? Yeah, Dr.
So in my school, we've always had a culture of looking at each other's work, but it wasn't until we started this that we found that people were actually being vulnerable and open about things. So it took maybe about half a year, I'd say, like a good 6 months in, for one teacher to just say, like, hey, I don't know how to teach this in a way that's going to reach these students. And once they saw the way that the team responded to that, and that it wasn't like you're being penalized in any way or people were looking at you like you shouldn't be here. It was more so, okay, what are we going to do to help? Because we're a team here and we're all servicing the same kinds of students. And so it just takes one teacher and one person to be vulnerable, and the way that you respond to that person being vulnerable will make it a lot easier, I think.
And for us, just like we teach our students to take risk, especially when it comes to math, we also model what it is to take the risk before our peers. I usually take on the initiative as a TCIL, so I'm always the one to say, okay, this is where I made a mistake, and let them feel comfortable. So that has not necessarily been very difficult for us.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you. 2 questions. One, in the course of a year, is there an average or an estimate of the number of PDSA cycles that would be completed by the teachers working on that? And then the second question, did you do some of the other formalisms, like create a fishbone diagram, a driver diagram? You did. Okay, great. If I missed that, I'm sorry. So then let me ask a different second question. Can you give a concrete example of a PDSA cycle that teachers did in connection with improving educational attainment for your students?
Great.
Like what did it look like?
Sure, I can talk about one that we've recently done. In my school, we're thinking about rituals and routines and how that can help students to just be more comfortable with experiencing rigorous math tasks. So, for example, we started off with a 3 reads math protocol. The cycle takes about 2 weeks. The teachers would try it in the classroom, and then we came back and we talked about it, and we realized every time we read this thing, there needs to be a different goal in mind, but the goals weren't quite aligned to our kids. So we were like, hold on here. The kids are just sitting here staring at us read this thing 3 times, like, boring. And so we decided, okay, we have to switch it up. And that's what's so great about this process, is that we don't spend an entire year like we have in the past trying to make this routine fit the kids. It's like, it doesn't work, it has to go, and we're going to fix it and change it. And so the next time we chose different problems more related to our students and different goals, and we realized that although at the end they didn't quite get the right math answer, they were using math vocabulary in the correct ways. They were more comfortable engaging with just the math conversation in general. And so after we figured out that that worked, we could have chosen to keep doing the 3 reads, but then we decided, okay, since they're comfortable having these conversations, let's move on to math talks, where we're going to present them with this general thing and ask them to, hey, just think about it and talk to each other. And then from there, we saw the engagement really take off. And so we started another 2-week cycle, and it kind of goes that way throughout the whole year. So depending on the success of each cycle and the small targeted changes that you want to make, we've done, I think, in the first year about 4 to 6, but sometimes it may not work out that way. You may be working on that same change for 4 or 5 cycles, but every time it's a little different and more tailored to your students' needs.
And thank you for asking the context. We knew that we had an hour, so we sort of streamlined and sort of blew through our CI process. But yes, we co-create a fishbone diagram and theories of improvement using the driver diagram with our partners. And then school teams pick the theories that they want to work on that is reflective of their school context. And we give them resources for change ideas that they select, and then they use those resources in their PDSA cycle work and make decisions about whether to continue with that resource within that theory of improvement or go to a different resource. So we give TCILs the resources, and they actually make adaptations to the resources that then we can actually share with the network. So it's a starting place for the work. And I think what Ms. Frey shared was really important about expectations of the PDSA cycle. We meet people where they are, and we want this work to feel responsive and meaningful. And so while we want PDSA cycles to happen every 2 weeks and for folks to come together, we know the realities of teaching varies from building to building. And really, it should be about figuring out whether this PDSA cycle can be embedded in your teaching practice. We don't want folks feeling like Bank Street's coming and telling you to do this thing that's not related to your everyday routines. And so some schools, if they're able to practice 2 or 3 change ideas and that's their capacity, we meet them where they are. Other schools, if they can do 6 to 8 PDSA cycles, that's what there are. But we don't want folks to focus on the technical, compliant aspect of the work, really figuring out ways to adapt the changes so that it feels embodied in their own practice.
Thanks. I am curious to know if this has been expanded to other content areas as well, and if it has, how's it gone? And if it has not, I'm sure there's a reason for that too.
Our current Brooklyn NSI is focused on middle school math. And so in this context of this work, it's all about math. However, we do run, Bank Street Ed Center does run a network for school improvement for early childhood literacy.
So may I just add to that, while it is tailored to the math teachers, we try to implement interdisciplinary skills, more or less, into our tasks so that we're allowing our students to do a lot of writing and explaining rather than just, oh, it's about procedural math. So yes, that's where we incorporate it, but it's our hope that we can extend it to our other interdisciplinary areas very soon.
I wanted to add on that one of our Brooklyn schools did task selections and rich tasks, math task selections last year. And with that, they then used it to support and spread it across ELA and as well by getting students to really be metacognitive about their writing and their reflections. So after adopting the rich math task change idea, they decided that they've learned from the trends of what students were doing that small group work was much more effective than teacher-centered work, and so really pushed for both math and ELA teachers to find time to do small group work within their two-period, double period blocks.
Any other thoughts or questions that are percolating? Yeah, in the back.
I'm wondering if you've had any challenges with like de-implementation, like helping and supporting teachers in letting go of practices that aren't working to make space and time.
I didn't hear. Did you hear? Can you repeat? I had a hard time hearing. I'm not sure if it. Did you all hear? Yeah. Okay.
I was just wondering if you had any challenges with helping teachers and supporting them in letting go of practices that aren't working in order to make space and time for the TCIL practices.
So thankfully, I haven't had that experience. It's kind of like, if it's not working, it's literal torture, trying to go through the lesson and keep going with the thing that's just not happening for the kids. Especially with our population, they're very vocal, and they're gonna let us know, hey, this doesn't work. And so a lot of our teachers are just open to saying, this thing isn't working. And sometimes that's not the case in every classroom, especially if you have a large team. Sometimes it'll work for half of the team, and sometimes it'll work for a few. But that's when you really need to make the decision and talk, and that's why we have the time to figure out, well, what do we do next? But no, I haven't had that experience.
We have another question from our remote audience, and this is at Miss Daniel. How have you created a culture of teacher leadership in your district more broadly? And how does this align with your vision for instructional improvement in your district?
I think our district does an amazing job of actively recruiting teacher leaders. So we're always looking for, we're trying to create our own district leadership pipeline. So when we visit schools and we visit classrooms, we're always conscious around who can serve as a teacher leader within our district. It's funny that the question was, do we do this PDSA cycle in other content areas? I would love, as a district administrator, to do it across the district and have it in literacy as well. I just said that yesterday to the team. But we are always actively recruiting. We have teacher leaders who actually facilitate professional learning separate and apart of this particular partnership. We also have teacher principal plus one. So we also are partnered with Relay Graduate School, where we also have a teacher leader cohort that serve in a different capacity. Ms. Frey was a part of that process as well. And so we try where we can. Again, we always have competing priorities centrally, but one of the things that we value is teacher leadership. We value professional learning. We know that teachers learn from each other. We love the process of collaborating with our teacher leaders. And I think what makes us separate and apart from other district leaders, we like to collaborate. So Celeste Terry is my superintendent. We love the process of getting our hands dirty. I really know Ms. Frey very well. And I don't know that a lot of district administrators take the time to know their teacher leaders, which is why I'm saying to teacher leaders, brand yourself if your district administrators don't know you, and be active in letting them get to know you. Okay? I hope that answers Tracy's question.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question before we give you time for the feedback.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Brittany, as a fellow Brooklynite, so shout out to y'all. One of the questions that I do have is, do you plan on expanding to either other areas in Brooklyn or anywhere within like the 5 boroughs? And what do you look for when you when and or if you do plan to expand?
Good question. Good question. So currently we are expanding to 10 schools in the Brooklyn Network for School Improvement. And so we are thinking about what scaling looks like to add 10 schools. We're completing our third year in the work. And this is a 5-year grant that's funded through Gates Foundation. And so our work is, I think, in what I hear you asking both is sort of the funding streams and also the readiness of district work to do this. I think one of the things that's really important is thinking about how continuous improvement is aligned with what you're already doing, like the structures and the systems and the mindsets that you're already doing, and figuring out what those entry points are to strengthen and grow what's currently happening. It's a process, right? And oftentimes teachers are looking for quick strategies to do the next day, which is fine, but in order to actually make systemic changes, we have to have commitments throughout the system, right? And so we think about the readiness of district leaders, the readiness of school leaders, what's on their plate, what they can sort of attend to and give energy to, right? Because we know there's lots of conflicting priorities, because continuous improvement work really is about inquiry, curiosity, testing things out, and we want to make sure that it feels aligned and supportive to the schools that we partner with. As I mentioned, we are working in another district doing this type of work with 3K to 2nd grade teachers, and that work looks very different in supporting literacy development. And yeah. Any other questions? If you're interested, we did not bring any of the handouts or resources that we use to support this network. If you're interested in getting an example of what our resources look like, feel free to reach out to Sinead or Maddie, and we can email you all of our processes and change ideas and things like that. And with that, I just want to thank you for your attention, your participation, also the panelists for their insights and vulnerabilities. And we have saved 3 minutes for you to lovingly open your app and click on the feedback form so that we can use your feedback to improve the session looking forward. Enjoy your lunch.
Is there sound on your presentation? Okay. Go wrong.
Because I just can't.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I practiced doing it before.
Oh, you did?
I was
Okay.
I probably would be stressed. So thank you for your help. I really appreciate it. Sure, no. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you sticking with us this afternoon. We are here from the Omaha Public Schools. My name is Suzanne Kramer, Executive Director of School Improvement, and with me I have Jen LeClaire, Principal Supervisor, Jessica Korth, Instructional Facilitator at Bryan Middle School, and Andrew Karmazine, Principal at Bryan Middle School. And they're going to talk a little bit about the work that we're doing from their perspective and the work that we're doing toward alignment through improvement science. A couple of our principals had to catch flights when our session got moved, so our apologies that they couldn't be here. So we want this session to be interactive. There's going to be movement, time for questions. Please jump in if you're wondering about things in terms of your context. We're here to just share with you our journey, where we are, moving forward through the lens of improvement science, working to transform outcomes for children and families in our district. And we're doing that through values and really focused work around radical alignment. Welcome, we're so glad you're here. Thanks for being here. All right, so we're gonna start with some movement. So if you could go ahead and stand up. Oh, welcome, we're so glad you're here. All right, so we're going to do an agree and disagree activity. And then we're going to split, go ahead, come through, welcome, into four corners from the agree and the disagree. So on that side of the room, if you agree with this statement in your current context, that school improvement planning implementation in your current context can transform teaching and learning. If you disagree, come over here, go. Yes. All right, so on this side, we have the folks who think that this can have significant potential to drive change. And on this side, oh, we have some middle people. Good for you. Way to be measured. Thank you. This is low potential. Why are you in the middle? Oh. Your definition. Oh, okay. All right, so now I want you to split further in half. Significant potential because you've aligned your measurement, your goal setting, all your PDCA cycles in whatever way that looks in your organization. Or because you're engaging folks as improvers and it's driving culture change. So if you could kind of split yourselves in half, Why is there that significant potential in your space? The front of the room will be measurement. The back of the room will be high engagement. And on this side, maybe we live in the land of evidence of initiation, no evidence of impact. Or maybe we have performative improvers. You know who I'm talking about, the ones with the cute infographics? All right. So at the front, we have evidence of initiation. At the back, we have documents. All right. And at the front over here, we have measurement and goal setting. And in the back, we have, all right. Oh, people are coming over. Okay. Why did you change sides? Mm-hmm. Okay. Why did anybody else, some other volunteers, why did you change sides? I think, hi, welcome. Thanks for being here. Hi. We are so good at making plans, right? We have dashboards that turn green when we do a thing. We have documents that say we've done this thing with these people and communicated it. And then we put it on a shelf and we move on to the next thing we're going to initiate. And the next thing we're going to initiate. And we might come back to our school improvement plan next year or to our school improvement work next year, and we just initiate it again. We're just serial initiators, right? But what we're talking about is trying to get to evidence of impact, right? That's the work that we're here to do. And so this activity I did with new principals, slightly different, last year, and there were maybe 15 of them, and they had to stand on a 1 to 10. Does school improvement have the potential to transform teaching and learning? And there were probably 3 or 4 on the 10, and most of them were 5 or below, right? And so that's a formative assessment, right? That tells us where we are in terms of, do we see improvement as the work or a performance or an initiation that we do once a year, right? Some different things like that. And so what we are trying to do in the Omaha Public Schools through radical alignment, we are all going to do this work of improvement anyway. So how are we lean and focused and ambitious, and how do we make it count? That's what we're focused on. So please go back to your seats. Thank you for indulging us in that activity. We're going to tell you a little bit about our district while you head back. So in Omaha, we just opened 5 new schools in the last 2 years. The investment and belief that our community has shown our district is amazing. So we opened 2 elementary schools, a middle school, 2 high schools in the last year. We are really excited about that and for the future. We, over the pandemic, distributed 60,000 iPads with built-in connectivity, and while other people were trying to get discounts from Cox Communications, we're like, everybody gets connectivity. Every child in the district is built in. We are enrolling about 25% of our students every year in summer learning and intercession, meaning that our most vulnerable students are getting access to school nearly year-round, and we're selecting those students based on equity-focused selection criteria. And through our ESSERS dollars, we have engaged in 13,000 hours of in-person tutoring, all those virtual sessions. Since January 18th, we have a 3-pronged strategy for that tutoring support for academic recovery that is really built, hoping to see a continuum of supports. We have just started college career academies and pathways in the last 2 years in every building, And we have high quality instructional materials in the core. Last kind of add, I believe here, is secondary ELA this year. So we have so many assets to do good work for kids and for our community in Omaha. We have 53,000 students, and currently 80% of our students are not proficient in reading and math. This year, last year actually, a new division of accountability and school improvement, and our work is to live in the spaces between the divisions in the district and to drive improvement through data, decision-making, supplementary funds, support for schools, so on and so forth. And so this division is really building systems of support around the instructional core and supporting all of the decisions that need to be made around improvement, and also layering in improvement science as the paradigm by which we're going to do that. So just before the pandemic, we implemented our new strategic plan with 4 priorities: academics, financial accountability, staff, and ethic of care. And there are four core values: results, equity, accountability, leadership, joy being the 5th. And our portrait of a graduate has been articulated in that strategic plan, which is our North Star. Ensuring K-12, that is our promise to the students who graduate from the Omaha Public Schools, that they have the skills and dispositions articulated in that portrait of a graduate. So we have a lot of good things going. We have a lot of assets, and we have to get to impact. That's where we are. And so our first sort of step as we're thinking about alignment is to think about the current state. So we have 4 strategic plan priorities, 20 goals. Schools then were developing their improvement efforts around 6 centrally calculated school improvement goals. So you'll notice, while there is some alignment there, they're not necessarily tightly aligned, right? This was in 2020, 2021, where we have these 4 strategic plan priorities. This was what our school improvement plans looked like. They were turned in. We have grade level meetings, some PLCs going on. We also have separate elementary and secondary accreditation, which we're going to talk about in a minute, because I think that really matters. All right, so last summer, our district leadership team, some folks from our district leadership team went to the Public Education Leadership Project at Harvard, and our problem of practice was around aligning our values. So we had published our values in our strategic plan, and then the pandemic hit, and the values lived in a document, but we realized that they were just that, in a document. And so our problem of practice was moving from strategic to lived, from personal to organizational, and ensuring that decision-making and processes represent our values. And so that is the work as a district leadership team that we've continued to do this year, that in my opinion sort of is creating the water that school improvement efforts are, like that we're all swimming in, right? The values and the culture, the behaviors, those lived norms, that's what the space that we're all living in, and those can be conducive to improvement or not. And so each of our values, just as an example, has been articulated in the strategic plan, and they all have norms, right? And so here's the work that we've done so far. We realized that the work of organizational values is not necessarily the work of changing every single person's 7,000 employees' hearts and minds. That the individual values that a person holds may not necessarily be the organizational values that we need to represent in the decision-making and the experiences that our students and families are having every day. And so we did an activity. We really thought about, we wanted to create some dissonance for folks. We wanted to think about personal values versus organizational values, and then our norms. That regardless of what our personal values are, we're going to live these organizational values as represented by this set of behaviors.
And we also embedded a consultancy protocol in one of our meetings where we looked at a couple of cases of decisions that impacted thousands and thousands of students, and we talked through how did our values live in who was at the table, how the decision was made, and what does that mean for how we make future decisions. From this work, we are going to have a set of guiding questions or principles to support large-scale decision-making in our district. A next step beyond that is affirming the behaviors that are representative of those values. All right, so I'd love to just take a moment as you think about your strategic plan, the systems in your district, from strategic to classroom, building, everything in between. And if you have a piece of paper or a little sketch pad or something, I know they've given us hundreds of those this week, take a moment to concept map how the improvement ecosystem looks in your district and how the different pieces are connected or not. So I'm gonna give you just a minute to maybe chat with partners at your table and kind of concept map where that system looks in your district or how it looks in your district. I'll give you just a minute. Okay, let's pause for just a minute. So this is how I conceptualize the current state of the improvement ecosystem when I came. And it was on big pieces of paper and sticky notes and on my office floor and all kinds of things, but I've kind of made it nicer up here for you all. So we have our portrait of a graduate, North Star, good. We have values over here. We have secondary accreditation. We have elementary. We have strategic plan goals that kind of cut across both. We have kind of what's defined as our secondary core, elementary core. Those kind of feed into those school improvement goals. The school improvement goals may or may not be what we're held accountable for. We also have climate and culture, wellness, attendance, school improvement goals. But the school improvement goals, notice, don't touch the evidence that we need necessarily for accreditation, right? Nor does the elementary side touch the portrait of a graduate, and the values are kind of over here, right? Does anybody else's
system look like this if you were to draw the concept map? Yeah. All right. Meanwhile, so that's kind of the way how the system sort of looks. The arrows showing which pieces connect or not. Meanwhile, I think schools were experiencing this, and maybe still are. Do this, do this, do this, do this. Goals, strategies, actions, PD. Do the portrait of a graduate. Be accountable. Do your accreditation every 5 years, and it's okay. You may have to rush and make sure that last month that you gather all that evidence that you needed over the last 5 years. And also, new curriculum. We'll identify some turnaround schools, and they'll have a plan. You'll have a behavior team. You'll have a CSI plan if you're identified as a CSI school. You'll have a PD plan, an attendance team, a SIP team, new math, new ELA, CCAP plan for college or career academies and pathways. Also do the strategic plan and your Title I plan. Oh, okay. Do you agree, Andrew? Is that kind of what you? Yeah, we're sorry about that. We're sorry. Yeah. Jen, do you think, is that kind of how principals, do you want to add anything? So I read the paper about scaling improvement science in districts that Simone Palmer is a co-author on, and the section about radical alignment spoke to me. Because from my concept map, from the systems perspective, to what we know schools are experiencing, that seemed like a really good place to start. And so that's where we are. Thinking about those values, which is, again, all the water that folks are swimming in, and the behaviors that are going to drive what we're trying to do here. We're focused on these things, and we know that we have to align behavior and decision making in a collectively owned vision and strategy. And for us, the shared narrative, we aren't there yet. We are working on number 2, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. The culture of our district is not boundaryless. It's hierarchical and siloed. And so as we continue to do the work of alignment, number 3 is tightly connected to values. Because if we're living the values of real joy, there aren't boundaries around how we can work together to solve problems in an intentional way to get to impact for kids and families. And there isn't territory or turf, right? All right, and then that alignment of resources and decision making to the theory of change. Oh, please. So often in large organizations, or small, right? I'll speak for ours. There's silos of work and even projects where there are borders. That's your work, this is my work, that's your lane, this is my lane. And so this idea of boundarylessness is erasing those artificial boundaries that make it so schools experience that, right? All right, so the first move. Today we're just going to talk to you about the moves that we're making. So this is a journey. First move, align the priorities in the strategic plan with the priorities that schools are working on. So the goals, success criteria, and performance indicators are directly aligned. We are integrating the lens of improvement science in these processes, problem statements, practice-based evidence, building into frequent iterative plan, do, check, act implementation cycles. We have work to do on the short cycle. We're getting closer in that 1 year, 3 year, and so forth, right? And then using the improvement science tools to generate improvement and scale. Move 2, align measurement from the classroom to the boardroom. So here's an example of a thing that we are mid-process on, that we have to apply the same lens to our other measurements. So in priority 1, academics, here's the goal. Each year, every high school, I think that's a powerful goal, right? We're saying that this school and this school and this school are going to increase by this percentage, not collectively. So that means not a single school can carry the growth. So I would call that out as an important piece for everybody pulling their weight in terms of our collective improvement efforts. So every high school will increase the percentage of 9th grade identified as on track. And so our district, prior to my coming, had done a lot of work with the Chicago Consortium, developed an academic planner in Infinite Campus. Schools, some are using like Access and pivot tables. And so this is kind of where our 9 high schools were in terms of measuring on track. Some were using the Chicago definition. Some were using the academic planner in Infinite Campus. Some schools had spreadsheets where they were kind of using their own cocktail of measures, and some were just looking at peer credits, which we know is misleading, right? And so what we did is we brought together counseling, curriculum, research, principals, supervisors, principals, and the school improvement office, and we set a clear purpose. Understanding that we can't improve what we can't measure, we are clarifying and operationalizing on track for high school improvement. So these folks that were at the table were also at the table at the advent of the strategic plan, but we couldn't get to what is the transparent and operationalized measurement that all schools in the district at the strategic level are going to use for this. And so we said it has to be a user-centered design. So principals, instructional facilitators, folks in the building can use this measure in real time. It's clear, current, and accurate, and it enables school teams to respond. We ensured that the integrity of the academic planner in Infinite Campus, wrote the code, generated a prototype custom report that now, if Andrew starts failing English on a Tuesday, he's going to pop up yellow on that report. So the other piece of this is that rather than putting all of our eggs in the basket of recovery, we're also trying to be proactive. And so another sort of shift is sometimes when we create reports or dashboards or measures or whatever it might be in our district, we hand them to schools sort of ready to go. And what we wanted to do in this case is actually test the prototype of the report, get real feedback on its usability, its accuracy, what needed to change. So we set up a Qualtrics collection tool for qualitative feedback from principals and curriculum supervisors and those sorts of folks. And the goal then is to iterate based on that and to have a dashboard that pulls directly from Infinite Campus, aligned to the academic planner, same measure, and that we can look at it in real time with the update rolling up strategically twice a year is kind of what we're looking at now. This sort of problem-solving process, we need to take what we learned from the process and apply it to our other strategic measures so that we have that same continuity and alignment for the other goals that we have in our strategic plan. Move 3, as part of our alignment in our school improvement plan efforts, in the session I was in on the first day, folks had the diagonal line. I sort of think about it as spiraling PDCA cycles from short and tight to wider and broader, if that makes sense. And so what do those shorter cycle PDCAs look like in the building level school improvement plan all the way up through accreditation? 1 year, so maybe 15-day, 30-day, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, where the accreditation becomes a moment in time check for the health of your system and your evidence of impact. And then how does that look in terms of the systems we need to build for professional learning, classroom practice, and coaching? So that's the work that we're in the middle of now. What should that look like? How do we support schools in doing this during times of unprecedented staffing shortages? And what kind of structural supports do they need to be able to do it? And this move, also continuing, is giving permission to do less better. And so when we have a strategic plan with 20 goals and 4 priorities, and we're kind of narrowing a little bit down into our school improvement plans, in the past, the plans were just catching everything we were doing. We were listing all of the things that we do in our schools that we think might be helping kids, right? And so what we've done is this last year, I collected school improvement plans as a data set themselves. And so then I'm able to cut by level, by school. Is the theory of action aligned to the root causes? Is the progress monitor aligned to the goal? What is the professional learning that these elementary schools are doing that we may need to support systemically, right? And so the plan themselves helps us get inside a little bit of the process. And that alignment piece is a key area where we identify a problem, we have the root causes, and then we have 27 strategies and 6 actions, and we may not really be monitoring implementation or progress monitoring in a way that's getting at what we said our strategy was going to do. So that alignment piece continues to be something that we work on, but the plans themselves and the processes, the improvement science processes that we hope principals and facilitators are engaging their teams in, this helps us get inside of that a little bit. And in our work with our comprehensive support for improvement schools, our CSI schools, our message has been lean, focused, and ambitious. 2 goals. And what are the intersections of the data that tell the story? So what are those intersections within those priorities that we're going to follow? All right, so this was my concept map. This is kind of where we were. Here is where I think we're going, where we have those values aligned in decision-making, the values, we're reinforcing the behaviors that are those lived values. We've defined a core PK-12 learning framework. We've aligned our strategic plan, priority goals, and measurement. We're looking at those short cycle, medium, and longer cycle improvement cycles ending in that 5th year of accreditation, and that we're using the same accreditation K-12. and that we're aligning that with our accountability, that they're not seen as two separate things. And so that's kind of where we're going through a series of moves while also building that culture around learning by doing and giving principals permission to do less better. So our next steps, we have too many intersections. We have too much data, way too much data, from Amira to SuccessMaker to the unit assessments to MAP to all of the things. We have fire hoses of data, so how do we support clear and common intersections of that data that we are all going to talk about? How do we ensure, and this is where that accreditation piece comes in with the standards and so forth, and this conversation about evidence, the evidence beyond initiation. How are we shifting practice in classrooms? How do those shifts in practice manifest shifts in outcomes for student learning and reading and math? And then, again, continuing that the values-driven decision-making and behaviors, nurturing ecosystems where folks can thrive. We have high-quality instructional materials. When you have a Title I plan and a CSI plan and a school improvement plan and all the plans in the world, you might buy things that are incoherent with the instructional core. Does that ever happen? Right. And so the idea is, how do we support practices that are leveraging those high quality instructional materials at the center? And then again, lean, focused, and ambitious. We have no time to be doing the things that haven't worked. And so we have to think about that alignment differently. All right. And so we now have some time here at the end. I wanted to build in time for panelists who are sort of engaged in this work to talk about shifts in their lens around the work of continuous improvement and their hope around evidence this coming year, how we might be getting to improvement and evidence of impact. So I'd love for the panelists to just share some thoughts around their experiences, and then we'll take questions from you all.
So I've been the middle school principal at Bryant Middle School for the last 3 years. I joined as pandemic was happening, and before that I ran the expelled student program in the district. And when she had her visual up of how our district was aligned, the concept map, that's definitely true. Even as a middle school principal, there's 12 middle schools in our district. We are definitely all doing our own plans, doing our own things, and we've started doing a better job communicating. But as we've gotten to this work about the radical alignment, the lean and focused, Jessica will talk about in this course. She's my instructional facilitator. I can generate like 3,000 different ways to solve a problem, and not all of them are the greatest ways, and some of them are, high impact and high energy versus high impact and low energy, and measuring that out. So as we got into this problem, it's really changed around, we've got to pick the best strategies that are going to have that highest impact that we can actually implement it. I'm blessed with a staff that's, we have a lot of experience. I have low turnover in my building right now. And we still have work to do, but the continuous improvement cycle, we're really looking now as how do we raise achievement for all students? What can we put into place? And really got down to the root cause this time with staff in terms of what can we do on Tier 1 instruction to really impact change in our building. It's something that hasn't happened in years. And so that's one thing. So my big impact, one of the things I want to really work on, and I actually was set through the Chicago, the last session with Chicago about middle schools, is how do we get our middle school kids in OPS to continue on and graduate and then move on to 2- and 4-year schools, and really looking at what can I do in a middle school to impact their high school graduation rate. And so we have a whole plan set up, a lot of things, because we're a low-tier, low-performing school in the state, to really set it up.
So I've been at Bryan Middle School for 20 plus years, 20 of them being a math classroom teacher. And I really thought I'd die in the classroom. I never thought I'd leave. That's just what my goal was. And so I could control my little area, I could do all my little kids, and my kids would, well, they're not little, they're 8th graders, but they would do fine, and they would perform, and I would be happy, and I'd sometimes look at data, but I knew my kids, like, just observationally, they were gonna be okay. And then, right before the pandemic, I started to decide that I really love working with teachers and helping them, and they would come to me, they would call me Mama Bear, whatever. They would come and ask me questions, and I would be real with them. Maybe more real than they needed, but in my position, I could be. So then I decided I needed to make a bigger impact and applied for the instructional facilitator job, and it was beautiful because I could still stay in the South Omaha community and make an impact. I was starting to see students of parents that I taught and really starting to think of this community that I love, that I was not born in Omaha, but that's where I started teaching. How can I continue to make that impact? So then I started working with teachers, and we had a SIP plan, and the SIP plan was all the things. All the things you can think of that you've ever done in your entire life, write it on the plan. It's gonna make improvement because we've been doing it. And we keep doing it, so it must work, and that's it. That was our plan. And then it went on the shelf, and this was pre-Mr. Karmazin, so we can't blame him for all of this, but my principals would just that was it, that was the end of it. We'd turn it in, and we never went back to it. And then we had singular PD on Mondays, once a month, that were never coached after, and never talked about, and you just learned a good strategy, and maybe you had time to implement it, but you just went back to your classroom and continued to do what you did. And so when Mr. Karmazin came on, and after the pandemic and things started to settle down, I learned this woman's name, Suzanne Kramer, and she said, do these things, and this is gonna be your new SIP. And I hadn't actually sat in any session with her. She worked with principals, and Mr. Karmazin said, hey, do you want to lead a summer session on writing your SIP? And I said, sure. So I read the packet, and I read the SIP, and I said, root causes, whatever. Our kids are low. They've always been low. Failure had been acceptable up to this point, that it was excused away as, oh, it's okay. They've always been low. And we work really hard, and we don't want to lose you, and you do a good job, but the scores are low. So when we started to write our SIP, I think the final product that our school produced that was turned into the state as a turnaround plan, it was in its probably 7th iteration this year, and that was the first time that we ever went back to it. So we did actually not do root causes, because I didn't know why or care. I'd never been to Carnegie. And it was a lot of time to do that. And I never have time. So we did do them. We did them twice, actually. We did it with the state, and then I turned around and did it with 2 different groups of teachers to make sure that we were kind of in the way. This is also still not really understanding. Now I have such an understanding of how to do root causes that I'm like, maybe we'll have to do them again, just to really make sure we defined them well. And then our turnaround plan, every time, I talked to Suzanne or I talked to Karmazin or I talked to what we created was a powerhouse committee of teacher leaders that we needed to grow in our building. They would start adding all these things, and I would just say, no, no, no. And Karmazin has many, many, many great ideas, which is why we are thriving in our building and we have really high retention rates among staff. But I have to remind him all the time, lean and focused. It's not on our plan. And so really we've settled on 2 strategies with strong Tier 1 instruction and professional learning communities with the solution tree model. And our staff has started to buy into that. And the staff that didn't, meaning the singleton teachers or the essential teachers that work with only 1 or 2 other people, we told them they didn't have to do professional learning communities, but the document I designed for them was the same document I gave the math and language arts teachers anyway. So when I tell them we're doing it again next year, and I'll just start calling them PLCs, we had to create that buy-in, right? So Coming from not at the district level, I really think continuing to have teacher voice, creating that lens from the classroom teacher, like why is it important? Why do we do this? But then to value the work that they do. Like it was easy for me for 20 years to say, oh, 10% of my kids are proficient in the state math test. But I work really hard and they do their work and they get good grades, so it's okay. Because it's also not high school, right? Like we can make these assumptions or we can make these excuses for ourselves because we do work really hard.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer LeClaire. I am a principal supervisor for elementary schools in our district. This is my first year. Prior to this, I have been a principal at one of the turnaround schools that Suzanne described. In thinking about the work and how my lens has changed around the work of continuous improvement, I think as I've stepped out of my own school, where we had lots of professional development around the turnaround model and what it means to move work in the improvement cycle, it became obvious to me that with the 33 schools that I get to work with, there was a varying understanding of the vocabulary behind the science of improvement. And so we've had to make sure that we're all operating from the same definition. When we say root cause, what do we mean? When we say a strategy, what does that mean? Because people were operating from different definitions, and then you see varying degrees of quality from our lens in a plan, but it's because people had different definitions behind the words that we were using. So we've worked with principals kind of to go slow, to go fast with choosing 2 strategies after we've determined a root cause that are aligned to making progress towards improving whatever that root cause is, right? And we have done that through, and we will continue to, we get to have a principal institute each year where we get to spend 5 days with our principals in really deep professional development. And part of the work that we will do this year is learning how to take that strategy and unpack it into bite-sized pieces of, I would say, learning goals or success criteria to get at making sure that that strategy is implemented deep rather than wide. So I think Jessica said we used to have 1 new strategy a month in our PD cycles, and that won't happen. It might be that you're, I'll use learning goals as an example, but you're learning what a learning goal is, and then you're learning how to change the verb, and then you're learning how to align your performance task, and then you're learning how to write those success criteria, and then you're learning how to chunk your lesson plans. So helping principals understand the strategies that they're using to the depth that they need to in order to put together a professional development plan and unpack it so that it actually does reach the teachers to the students to impact student performance. Has been a big piece for us. There was a question here about speaking to how we support and maintain the focus of those goals, kind of doing less better when all of the things come at you throughout the school year. And I would say that we've been really lucky because remember we talked about being boundaryless. So our school, our central office has worked to have us principal supervisors who are in the Department of School Improvement work with curriculum and instruction coaches alongside principals. So we set aside time each month to meet as with our principals and then our instructional facilitators, and sometimes we'll have teachers join us, but we sit down and look at where are we in the school improvement plan, what professional development have you done, what evidence do we have of implementation. We do some learning walks where we visit classrooms and do some coaching and really more so gather I guess, evidence of implementation of that strategy, and then make some decisions about the trends and patterns that we're seeing, and if it's time for us to move to that next step, or if we need to slow down just a little bit because we're not seeing it, and what adjustments do we need to make. So by having those monthly, we call them ESTs, Elementary Support Team meetings, it helps us to stay lean and focused and not get distracted by the next thing or something else that kind of comes up.
And I'll just zoom out with that same question. We do have our Principal Institute, and this year our Principal Institute is going to have 3 strands, evidence and measurement, being user-centered and problem-focused, and implementing PDCA cycles. So those are the 3 strands in our Principal Institute, and we hope to continue those strands across the entire year. So in the past, we had academic data rep meetings so many times a year where our research department would unpack data, give assessment information, so on and so forth. And we have principal meetings 3 times a year, and we have ESTs and some of those other things that go on. And so another piece of the alignment that we're looking to do is to have that thread from Principal Institute in June across the entire year, so that those academic data rep meetings, the principal meetings, and the EST function as part of that cycle of learning and implementation that is aligned. And so that is work that we are continuing to do. And I think the ESTs are an essential part for elementary school of coming together and not having that blizzard effect, but really digging into, in the classroom, are we seeing the shifts in practice that we said we are going to be testing, those ideas that we said we're going to be testing, are we seeing them in classrooms, and what are the results? And so all of that from a big picture perspective, we're looking to create a much more tight through line for all of that work, and the different folks then that are in each of those spaces. So principals are in some of those spaces. We have a secondary network, an elementary network, we have the ESTs, and so we're really ensuring this really, really tight focus for all of the audiences of those meetings and that thread that carries through. All right, any questions from you all?
Thank you for sharing, especially appreciate the work in progress energy that there's always more work to do. My question is, that's a good time. I know that equity is one of your core values, so I would love to hear what that means to you all, and how does equity show up in the improvement work that you're doing, and also if you experience resistance when doing equity work in your context.
So I don't know how aware you are of Omaha, Nebraska. Okay, right. All right. So equity is a value. We've established norms for what that looks like in terms of the access, the breadth of supports that we're talking about. We are focused on ensuring that we're responding to disaggregated data, responding to stakeholders, engaging community, things of that nature. There is intense external pressure from a political perspective around that work right now. To the extent that in our state, and I don't know if any of you have experienced this, but there are people who come to school districts posing as parents, asking you questions to bait you into saying certain things, and then sending those spliced together recordings to state senators. So that's the kind of environment that we're living in right now. So we continue that work. We also know that access to the very best Tier 1 instruction, high quality literacy instruction, is also equity, right? And we know that improvement work is inherently equity work. And we continue to work on that value within very challenging circumstances politically. Other questions? Is there any on the screen? Oh, yes.
You. I think you said that you use Qualtrics to collect some of your qualitative data. Can you just talk a little bit more about some of the qualitative data that you collected and how you utilized it and what that looked like?
So when we were working on this, and we're continuing to work on this on-track measure, we shared the prototype of the report that is coming from Infinite Campus. It'll eventually be a dashboard, but we want to make sure that we have, that it's user-friendly, that it's what we want, and it's as responsive as we need before we build out the dashboard, if that makes sense. And so what we did is for each sort of user group, we asked some really specific questions around their role, how they were using it, how they used it to make decisions, how valid was it, how user-friendly was using it. We had to do, because it's just a prototype report, we had to provide some instruction on how to create the pivot table to cut the data and look at it in a certain kind of way, right? And so we're collecting and we're pulling those themes from each user group, and then the on-track, so we have another meeting, I think, here in May. We'll look at that, and then we'll iterate on the report. And I think we have maybe one more round, and then we'll work with the software developer to develop the dashboard. So we're using, we have Qualtrics, we use it for lots of survey methodology, all kinds of things, and now we're using it to test a measure and get feedback on its usability, because ultimately that was the goal, to have this user-centered measure that schools can use to have impact on students being on track. And all of that happens with our research division and the folks that were at the table.
You said you have 3 strands for principal development, and I only heard 1, so can you repeat that?
So for our Principal Institute this year, we're focusing on 3 strands, being, and they're the principles of improvement science, so being user-centered and problem-focused, evidence and measurement, and disciplined inquiry, focusing on PDCA cycles.
Can you talk about the prototype custom report? Are you using Infinite Campus, or are you using another piece of software to pull that data from campus?
So it is a custom report created in Campus. So in our custom reports, there's one named, I think it's now in beta, so we had alpha. We had like pre-alpha beta, you know, and it's like the beta on-track report is the name, and all of these user groups have access to it. And it just is pulling specific data from our academic planner and other places in Campus, and you just pull it out and you can download it as a CSV file. I think so. Yes. Yes. We are doing that in-house, and then once we feel confident that our academic planner and sort of the decision rules that we've put in there are what we want, because we had to make some decisions, right, that we wanted that PE class to appear in 11th grade so that a student wasn't on track because they hadn't taken PE in 9th grade, right? And so we came up with a working definition that leveraged the Chicago research, our own graduation requirements, and we established this common definition. We ensured that our academic planner was mirroring that, and then we pulled the data over into the custom report, and then we're testing it, and it'll go to the dashboard once we do that. Our dashboards currently live in Tableau. Right, if there are no more questions, thank you so much for being here and for all you do for kids and families every day. We appreciate you. Thank you.